tonight's sleepy tale, a banquet is held for a royal wedding. But the bride has other plans. Join me as we follow two hearts on the run from a mighty king. This is the pursuit of Diarmuid and Gráinne. The great hall of Tara hummed with whispers as Gráinne sat beside her father, King Cormac mac Éire, her fingers twisting the silver thread of her gown. The fire roared in the central hearth, casting dancing shadows across the ancient walls that had witnessed countless alliances formed and broken, walls that now watched as her own fate was being decided. He comes with 40 of his finest warriors, her handmaiden had told her that morning, eyes wide with excitement. The hero who slew the fire-breathing boar of Ben Bulben, who drank from the salmon of knowledge and gained the wisdom of ages. What an honor this is for you, my lady. An honor. Gráinne's mouth had gone dry at the word. Now, as the hall doors swung open, she lifted her gaze to meet the legendary leader of the Fianna. Fionn McCool stood tall despite his years, his once golden hair and beard now white as winter frost. His warriors flanked him like a living wall of strength. They were men who had sworn oaths of loyalty and courage, who lived by a code as rigid as the spears they carried. King Cormac. Fionn's voice boomed across the hall, still strong despite the weathering of time. I come to honor our agreement. Gráinne's father rose, arms outstretched in welcome. Fionn McCool, Ireland's greatest warrior, you honor my hall and my house. The two men embraced as old friends, though Gráinne knew their bond was political. And this, her father said, turning to place a hand on her shoulder, is my daughter, Gráinne. She rose with practiced grace, keeping her eyes downcast as was expected. When she finally looked up, she found Fionn's gaze upon her, not unkind, but assessing, as one might appraise a fine horse or a well-crafted weapon. Princess, he said, bowing his head slightly, your beauty is as renowned as it is deserved. You honor me, Fionn McCool, she replied, the words like ashes in her mouth. Later, as the feast began in earnest, Gráinne watched him from beneath lowered lashes. His laugh was hearty as he shared tales with her father, stories of battles won and beasts conquered. The Fianna around him hung on his every word. These younger men who looked to him as both father and king. They say he bathes in cold streams even in winter, whispered her handmaiden, leaning close. That his body bears the scars of 100 battles, yet he moves as swiftly as a man half his age. He is still a man 3 times my age, Gráinne whispered back, watching as Fion drained his cup and called for more. His hands, she noticed, were gnarled like ancient tree roots, marked by decades of wielding sword and spear. A young warrior sat at Fion's right hand, quieter than the rest. Unlike the others who boasted and roared with laughter, he seemed content to listen, his dark eyes thoughtful. When he smiled, which was rare, it transformed his solemn face into something that made Gráinne's breath catch. "Who is that?" she asked her handmaiden. "Diarmuid," came the reply. "They say he bears a love spot upon his forehead, hidden beneath his hair. Any woman who looks upon it falls instantly in love with him. That's why he keeps it covered. A gift or a curse from the Tuatha De Danann, the ancient ones who walked Ireland before mortal men." Gráinne's curiosity piqued at the mention of the Tuatha De Danann, the old race said to possess powers beyond mortal understanding, now retreated into the hollow hills, but still reaching out occasionally to touch the lives of men. As if sensing her gaze, Diarmuid glanced up. Their eyes met for the briefest moment before Gráinne looked away, her cheeks flushing. "Come, daughter." Her father's voice broke through her thoughts. "Sit closer to your betrothed. Let him know the woman who will soon be his wife." "Wife?" The word echoed in her mind as she obediently moved to sit beside Fion. He smiled at her, not unkindly, but there was something possessive in his gaze that made her skin crawl. "We will be wed when the first flowers of spring bloom," he told her, his breath heavy with mead. "You will be the jewel of the Fianna, the mother of warriors to come." Gráinne nodded, unable to find words. She thought of the life that awaited her, following the Fianna from camp to camp, bearing children for a man who had lived more than 60 winters, a man whose glory days were behind him, while hers had not yet begun. The music swelled around them, harps and drums filling the hall with celebration. But within Gráinne's heart, there was only silence, and the first stirrings of a rebellion she could not yet name. The great hall of Tara blazed with light, countless torches and candles casting their golden glow upon faces flushed with drink and merriment. Fionn McCool, leader of the Fianna warriors and Ireland's greatest hero, sat at the high table, his aging but still powerful frame draped in his finest clothing. The silver in his beard caught the firelight as he raised his cup in yet another toast to his bride-to-be. Gráinne watched him from her place beside her father, the High King. She smiled when required, nodded when appropriate. her heart beating a steady, emotionless rhythm in her chest. The match was practical, beneficial to both families, to the kingdom. Love had never entered the conversation. "He's a fine man," her father murmured beside her, his voice carrying only to her ears. "Yes, father," she replied, the words practiced and hollow. The Fianna warriors filled the lower tables, these legendary men whose tales were sung across the land. They were a brotherhood of elite fighters, bound by oath and honor to protect Ireland, with Fion as their leader. Tonight, they celebrated with the abandon of men who knew too well how fleeting life could be. "And now," called the High King, rising to his feet, "the Fianna will show us their famous feats." The hall erupted in cheers as the warriors took to the open space. One by one, they displayed their prowess, leaping impossible heights, throwing spears with unerring accuracy, reciting ancient poetry without error. These were not merely fighters, but men of many talents, as their code demanded. Gráinne watched with polite interest until a particular warrior stepped forward. It was Diarmuid. Unlike the others, he moved with a grace that seemed almost otherworldly. His dark hair fell in waves to his shoulders, framing a face so perfectly formed it might have been carved by a master sculptor in his finest hour. Something in her chest tightened, a sensation both painful and exquisite. Diarmuid drew his sword, the metal catching the light like liquid silver as he began a complex series of movements. They were as much dance as combat. The hall fell silent, watching this display of skill and beauty combined. When he finished, the crowd's roar was deafening. He looked up then, his eyes meeting Gráinne's for the briefest moment across the crowded hall. The world seemed to stop, to fall away, until there was nothing but that connection, that single breath of time between them. "Princess?" Her handmaiden's voice broke through the spell. "Are you unwell? You've gone pale." I need air," Gráinne managed, rising from her seat. Her father frowned. "The feast is not yet over, daughter. Forgive me. Just a moment," she insisted, slipping away before he could object further. In the relative quiet of the corridor, Gráinne pressed her back against the cold stone wall, drawing deep breaths. What was this feeling? This sudden, inexplicable yearning that seemed to burn through her very soul. She had never believed in such things. In love at first sight, in destinies altered in a single heartbeat. Princess Gráinne? The voice, deep and melodious, belonged to him. Diarmuid stood before her, concern etched across his perfect features. "Forgive my intrusion," he said, bowing slightly. "I saw you leave in haste. Are you unwell?" Up close, the power of him was even more overwhelming. The love spot on his cheek seemed to pulse with some enchanted energy, drawing her gaze, her thoughts, her very being toward him. "I am to marry your leader," she said, the words falling from her lips unbidden. Something flickered in his eyes. Regret, perhaps, or resignation. "Yes, my liege is a good man. He will honor you, my lady." "And are you loyal to him?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "With my life," Diarmuid answered without hesitation. "He is more than my leader. He is like a father to me." Gráinne closed her eyes briefly, fighting against the tide rising within her. When she opened them again, her decision was made, though she hardly understood it herself. "Then, we are both bound by duties we cannot escape," she said, straightening her shoulders. "We should return to the feast before we are missed." As they walked back toward the noise and light of the great hall, Gráinne knew with a certainty that terrified her. Nothing would ever be the same again. Tonight would be her only chance. The feast preparations echoed through the great hall beyond her chamber. Laughter, the clatter of wooden platters, servants rushing to and fro, all for a celebration she could not bear to attend. Her wedding feast, her sentencing. As she walked back to the great hall, she made a short detour, a lone journey into a dark room. She closed the door, checked for prying eyes, and then pulled out a little bag of herbs which were concealed among her garments. She mixed these into a small flask of sweet mead, watching the cloudy tendrils swirl before disappearing entirely. The sleeping draught would leave no taste, the old woman had promised. Just enough to make eyelids heavy and minds clouded. Not enough to harm. Gráinne whispered a silent apology to those who would unknowingly drink the elixir. This was not a choice made lightly. A soft knock at the door made her start. "My lady, they await you in the hall." "A moment more," she called, her voice steadier than she felt. She tucked the flask into the folds of her dress, where it pressed cold against her skin, a reminder of what she must do. The great hall blazed with torchlight, the shadows of the guests dancing across stone walls hung with tapestries. Fionn McCool sat at the high table, his aging face alight with pride as he beheld her. Beside him was an empty seat, her seat. the wife's place, Gráinne felt ill. Her gaze drifted across the hall, past faces blurred by her dread, until she found him. Diarmuid stood somewhat apart from Fionn's warriors, his handsome face marked by that love spot that legend said no woman could look upon without falling in love. Gráinne had always thought such tales foolish. Now, she wondered if there might be truth to them after all, for something in her responded to his presence, not with the easy magic of a curse, but with recognition. Here was a man with honor, with strength. Here was her only hope. As the feast began, Gráinne moved among the tables with practiced grace, filling cups, offering the special mead she had prepared to all save Diarmuid. She watched as, one by one, heads began to nod, conversations slowed, and bodies slumped against tables and walls. Even Fionn himself fought against the heaviness of his eyelids before finally surrendering to the powerful draught. When the hall had fallen silent, but for the gentle snores of the sleepers, Gráinne approached Diarmuid. He stood, alarmed at what had transpired around him. "What have you done?" he demanded, his hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. "What I must," Gráinne replied, her heart pounding so hard she feared it might break through her ribs. "They will wake with nothing more than confusion and headaches. I need to speak with you alone." Diarmuid's eyes narrowed. "Lady Gráinne, whatever you plan—" "I plan to live," she interrupted, her voice low but firm. "Not to wither as the wife of a man who sees me as nothing more than a trophy to adorn his final years." A flicker of understanding crossed Diarmuid's face, but he shook his head. "Fionn is my lord, my king. I have sworn fealty to him." Gráinne stepped closer, close enough to see the conflict in his eyes. "I am asking you to honor a higher oath. Do you know what a geish is, Diarmuid?" "A sacred bond," he answered cautiously. "A command that cannot be refused without bringing dishonor and ruin upon oneself." Gráinne drew herself up, summoning every ounce of the power that was her birthright as a king's daughter. "Then hear me now. I place you under geish, Diarmuid ua divna. By the ancient laws that bind us all, by the honor you hold dearer than life, I command you, take me from this place tonight. Lead me to freedom, away from this marriage that was decided without my heart's consent." The words hung between them, heavy with magic older than the stones beneath their feet. Diarmuid paled. The geish was no simple promise or threat. It was a binding that reached into the soul, impossible to ignore without devastating consequences. "You cannot ask this of me," he whispered, anguish plain on his face. "You ask me to betray my lord, to forsake my place among the Fianna. I ask you to choose," Gráinne said, softer now, "between one oath and another, between a king's pride and a woman's life." Diarmuid closed his eyes briefly, the weight of impossibility settling on his shoulders. When he looked at her again, she saw resignation mingled with something like wonder. "You have placed me in an impossible position, my lady. The world has placed us both there," she answered. "I only seek a way out." Around them, the sleepers stirred slightly but did not wake. Outside, the night deepened, offering darkness as their cover. Diarmuid's hand fell away from his weapon. "We must leave now," he said at last, decision made. "Before the elixir wears off." Gráinne felt relief rush through her like a spring flood. "Then we go east, away from Finn's strongest allies. We'll need horses, provisions. We'll need far more than that," Diarmuid interrupted grimly. "When Fionn wakes to find his bride and his most trusted warrior gone, he will hunt us to the edges of the world." Gráinne nodded, the fear and determination twining in her chest. "Then we will go beyond those edges if we must. Under the watching eyes of the ancient gods, with sleeping witnesses all around, they slipped from the hall like shadows, bound now by something stronger than loyalty, deeper than fear, a geish that would change the course of their lives forever. The night air clung to Diarmuid's skin like a cold and unwelcome embrace. Moonlight spilled through the canopy of trees, casting dappled shadows that danced across the forest floor as he moved with the practiced silence of a hunter. Behind him followed Gráinne, her breath coming in short bursts, her footfalls heavier than his own. He did not turn to look at her, could not bear to meet the eyes of the woman who had torn his life asunder with nothing more than her words. A geish, a sacred bond, an unbreakable oath that now lay upon him like chains. In the world of warriors and kings, to refuse such a thing was to invite disgrace or death. It was not merely a promise, but a magical compulsion, woven into the very fabric of a person's honor, and she had placed it upon him with the casual cruelty of one who had never known what it meant to be bound. "Diarmuid," she called softly, her voice carrying through the stillness. "We must rest, just for a moment." He stopped, his shoulders rigid with tension. "We cannot." Fion's men will be close behind. They know these woods as well as I do. And yet you know them better than most, she said. The great Diarmuid of the love spot, whose knowledge of forests and hunting trails is legendary. He turned to her then, his face hard in the moonlight. Do not speak to me of legends, princess. I left behind my home tonight, my honor, my lord. Because of you. Gráinne stood straighter, her auburn hair falling loose around her shoulders, her eyes bright with defiance. I did not choose this Diarmuid. It is fate. The heart follows its own path, as wild and untamed as these woods we flee through. And yet, you chose to bind me with a geish, he retorted, his voice low but sharp with bitterness. That does not sound like fate to me. I could not marry Fion, an old man, no matter how noble. She replied, her voice softening. Diarmuid turned away, unable to face the earnestness in her expression. He listened instead to the sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a night bird, the gentle murmur of a stream nearby. There, he said, pointing through the trees. We'll follow the water for a while. It will mask our scent and throw off any hounds Fion might use to track us. They moved on, the tension between them thick as fog. Diarmuid helped her across the stream, his touch impersonal, his eyes never meeting hers. The water was cold, biting at their ankles as they waded through. How far must we go? She asked, once they had reached the other side and begun to walk along the bank, their footprints swallowed by the soft earth. Until we are beyond Fion's reach, Diarmuid replied. Though I'm not certain such a place exists in all of Ireland. Then we shall make one, Gráinne said with such conviction that he almost believed her. A place where we are free from obligations and burdens, from the past and its long shadow. He laughed, a sound without humor. You speak of impossibilities, princess. Such places exist only in the stories told by the bards around the fire. And yet, here we are, living a tale that will one day be told by those same bards, she countered. The princess who refused a king for the love of a warrior, the man bound by honor to flee with her. Is that how you see this? Diarmuid asked, pausing to look at her fully for the first time since they had fled Tara. As some grand romance to be sung about for generations. I see it as it is, she said simply. Two people bound together by fate, whether they wished it or not. What comes of it is yet to be written, They continued in silence for a time, the rhythm of their steps marking the passage of hours. The forest opened before them, revealing a small clearing bathed in moonlight. "We will rest here," Diarmuid decided, his weariness finally outweighing his desire to put as much distance as possible between themselves and Tara. But only until dawn. Then we move on. Gráinne nodded, sinking down onto a fallen log, her royal garments now stained with the evidence of their flight. Diarmuid remained standing, his eyes scanning the darkness beyond the clearing, his mind still with Fion and the brotherhood he had left behind. "I do not ask that you love me," Gráinne said softly, breaking the silence. "Only that you honor the gaze, as I know a man of your character would." Diarmuid looked down at her, his expression unreadable in the half-light. "I will honor it," he said at last. "But do not mistake duty for desire, Princess. You have bound me to your side, but my heart remains my own." She nodded, accepting his words with a dignity that surprised him. "For now," she said, almost to herself. "For now." Above them, the stars wheeled in their ancient patterns, indifferent to the dramas of mortals below. And somewhere in the distance, Diarmuid knew, Fionn was riding beneath those same stars, his heart filled with the rage of betrayal, hunting the man who had once been like a son to him. The morning light crept through the windows of the great hall of Tara, casting dappled shadows across Fionn's face as consciousness returned to him. From the moment he opened his eyes, he knew that something was wrong. The air felt different, emptier somehow. He reached out beside him, expecting to find the warm presence of Gráinne, but his hand met only the cold wooden table. "Gráinne?" he called, his voice still thick with sleep. Silence answered him. Fionn sat up, suddenly alert. His warriors surrounded him, their heads pounding from the sleeping potion which had been poured into their drinks. Finally, one of his guards mustered up the courage to speak. "My lord, we have not been able to wake you until now. We have failed you. Our drinks were laced with nightshade. When the first of us woke up, we found Gráinne and Diarmuid gone. They would dare," he roared, his voice so terrible that the guard stepped back, hand moving instinctively to his sword. "Diarmuid? My own man? My friend?" Fionn stormed from the chamber, bellowing for his warriors. They came running, seasoned fighters all, men who had followed him through blood and victory for years. They found their leader with his face transformed by fury, his eyes like winter ice. "Gather the Fianna," he commanded. "Diarmuid has betrayed me. He has taken my bride and fled. I want them found. I want them brought back to me." Fion paced like a caged wolf, his hands clenching and unclenching. "Bring me my hounds. Bring me my spear. I will track them to the ends of the world if I must." Warriors armed themselves, provisions were gathered, and the famous hounds of Fion were brought from their kennels. Fion knelt beside Sceolan, the largest of his hounds, a beast with silver-grey fur and eyes that seemed to hold a human intelligence. The dog had been born on the same day as Fion himself, and some whispered that they shared more than just a birthday, that the hound carried a piece of Fion's soul within him. "Find them, old friend," Fion murmured, allowing the dog to sniff a glove that Gráinne had worn. "Find the traitors." Gall MacMorna, one of Fion's oldest companions, approached Fion. "This is not like you, Fion," he said quietly. "Your wisdom has always guided your strength. Do not let rage cloud your judgment." Fion looked at him, and for a moment his eyes softened. "Would you stand idle if your heart had been carved from your chest, Gall? Would you counsel patience if your honor had been trampled beneath the feet of one you trusted above all others?" Gall had no answer to that. Fion turned to address the assembled warriors, his voice carrying across the courtyard. "They will seek to flee Ireland," he declared. "But there is nowhere they can hide that I will not find them. I have tasted the salmon of knowledge. I have drunk from the well of wisdom. The winds themselves will whisper their location to me." He raised his spear, the legendary weapon that was said to never miss its mark once thrown. "We ride. We do not rest until they are found." The Fianna surged forward, a tide of Ireland's greatest warriors behind their chieftain, and as they rode, Fion's rage did not cool, but burned even hotter, like a forge fire stoked by the winds of betrayal. He would find them, and when he did, all of Ireland would remember why the name of Fionn McCool was spoken with fear as well as reverence. The forest around Diarmuid and Gráinne had grown dense around them, branches intertwining overhead like protective arms shielding them from prying eyes. Diarmuid paused, his hand raised to signal Gráinne to still her movements. His breathing was controlled, measured, though his heart thundered in his chest. The sounds of the Fianna, Fion's warrior band that had once been Diarmuid's brothers in arms, echoed in the distance, growing ever closer. "They're gaining on us," Gráinne whispered, her voice steady despite the exhaustion etched upon her face. 3 days of flight had left little time for proper rest, and the weight of their decision hung heavy between them. Diarmuid's jaw tightened. Fion knows these lands as well as I do. Perhaps better. Then we need someone who knows them better still, she replied, her eyes scanning the darkening woods. As if summoned by her words, a shift in the air made them both turn. The forest seemed to exhale, and where there had been only shadows and trees moments before, a tall figure now stood. His appearance was that of a man in his prime, yet there was something in his eyes that spoke of centuries. A soft golden light emanated from him, illuminating the space around them without drawing attention from afar. Angus, Diarmuid breathed, recognition and relief flooding his features. The newcomer smiled, the gesture warming the cool evening air. "My foster son," he said, his voice melodic and rich like honey poured over warm bread. "You've found yourself in quite the predicament. You know of our situation?" Diarmuid asked, stepping forward. "I am Angus Og," he replied, turning his kind gaze to Gráinne, the god of love and youth. There is little that escapes my notice when it comes to matters of the heart, especially when they involve one I consider a son. Gráinne regarded him with cautious hope. She had heard tales of Angus Og, how he floated through Ireland on swan's wings, bringing love and music wherever he went. Some said 4 bright birds constantly circled his head. His kisses transformed into creatures that called young hearts to passion. The Fianna follow closely, Angus continued, his expression growing serious. Fion's rage burns hot. It is not merely his pride that suffers, but his heart. I had no choice, Diarmuid said, regret coloring his words. The gaze. I know of the gaze, Angus interrupted gently, and I know of honor. Come, both of you. The night grows deeper, and we haven't much time. With a gesture of his hand, the forest seemed to part, revealing a path that hadn't been visible before. Angus led them deeper into the woods, to a clearing where the moonlight pooled like silver water upon the ground. At its center stood a small dwelling, woven seemingly from the forest itself, branches and leaves forming walls that appeared both solid and ethereal. It's a brúden, Angus explained, noting their wonder. A hostel between worlds. Fion's trackers will pass right by it, their eyes unable to perceive what lies beyond their understanding. Inside, the space expanded impossibly, warm and welcoming. Food awaited them, honeyed bread, fresh berries, and cool water that tasted of mountain springs. Eat, Angus encouraged them. Regain your strength. We have matters to discuss. As they satiated their hunger, Angus unfolded a map made of what appeared to be woven moonlight upon the table. Ireland stretches before you, with paths both seen and unseen. His fingers traced glowing lines across the ethereal map. Here, the caves of Keshkoran, where the women of the sea day might offer protection. Here, the forests of Glen Rhee, where the trees themselves can hide you. And here, his finger lingered on a spot near the western coast. Tir na Nog touches our world most closely, the land of youth, where time flows differently. You offer us escape routes, Diarmuid said, studying the map intently. I offer you time, Angus corrected. Time to let Fion's anger cool. Time for destiny to unfold as it must. Gráinne looked up at their divine ally. Why help us? I've bound your foster son to a life of flight and danger. Angus's eyes softened as he regarded them both. Love rarely follows the path of convenience, my dear. Sometimes it crashes through careful plans like a wave against stone. I don't presume to know what fate intends for you both, but I know that hearts such as yours deserve the chance to discover it. He reached into the air and plucked what seemed to be a thread of light, offering it to Diarmuid. A charm of concealment. Not invisibility, but rather the gift of being overlooked. Use it wisely. Its power will fade with the new moon. As dawn approached, Angus prepared to leave them. Rest today. Travel only by night for now. The Fianna hunt with the sun. Become creatures of the moon and stars. At the doorway, he turned back, his expression both fond and worried. Remember, Diarmuid, Fion was your friend once. He is wounded now, but beneath his rage lies the man who loved you as a brother. That man may yet remember himself. With those words, he stepped into the early morning light and dissolved into a shower of golden motes that drifted away on the breeze, leaving the fugitives to ponder both their path ahead and the unexpected allies that shadowed their journey. Diarmuid stared into the campfire, its embers casting dancing shadows across his face. The night had grown cold, the kind of chill that seeps into bones and stirs old memories. 3 days had passed since they had fled the feast at Tara. 3 days of tense silence, broken only by necessity. He looked across the flames at Gráinne, who sat wrapped in her cloak, her eyes reflecting the fire's glow. "We should reach the forest by midday tomorrow," he said, his voice carrying no warmth. "There are streams there. Fresh water." Gráinne nodded, her fingers tracing patterns in the dirt. "Thank you," she said simply. The words hung between them, inadequate and hollow. Diarmuid turned away, his jaw tight. He had not asked for this fate, to be bound by a gaze, a sacred obligation that could not be refused, to protect the woman who had torn him from his lord's side through magic and manipulation. He knew he would sleep little that night. "I'll take first watch," he said, rising to his feet. "You should rest, Diarmuid." Gráinne's voice stopped him. "I know you hate me for what I've done." He stood still, his back to her. The night air seemed to thicken around them. "I don't hate you, princess," he said finally. "But neither do I forgive you." A twig snapped in the darkness beyond their camp, and Diarmuid's hand flew to his sword. His senses, honed by years of training with the Fianna, detected what ordinary men might miss: the soft rustle of movement, the subtle shift in the night's rhythm. "Get behind me," he whispered, drawing his blade. Now, Gráinne moved without question, the urgency in his voice brooking no argument. The fire suddenly seemed too bright, marking them as targets in the vast darkness. They came with little warning. 5 men, rough-clothed and wild-eyed, emerging from the trees with weapons drawn. Bandits who preyed on travelers, men with nothing to lose and all to gain from a nobleman, and a richly dressed woman alone in the wilderness. "Well, what have we here?" The leader grinned, revealing missing teeth. "A lord and his lady? Far from home." Diarmuid stood tall, his stance relaxed yet ready. To untrained eyes, he might have appeared at ease, but those who knew the ways of warriors would recognize the deadly calm that preceded storm. "Pass on," Diarmuid said evenly. "There's nothing for you here but trouble." The men laughed, a harsh sound that cut through the night. "5 against 1, another said, brandishing a crude axe. "Those odds favor us, I think." "Numbers mean little," Diarmuid replied, "when skill is unevenly matched." The first man lunged without warning, and what followed seemed to Gráinne like a dance, beautiful and terrible. Diarmuid moved with a fluid grace that defied belief, his sword catching moonlight as it arced through the air. He stepped not away from danger, but into it, meeting each attack with precision that spoke of years of discipline. 2 men fell within moments, clutching wounds that would not kill, but would certainly incapacitate. The third received the flat of Diarmuid's blade against his temple, dropping him unconscious to the forest floor. The leader, seeing the tide turn, drew back his arm to throw a knife, not at Diarmuid, but at Gráinne. Without hesitation, Diarmuid leapt between them, catching the blade on his shield with a sound like thunder. His eyes, when they met the bandits, held a promise that made the man pale. "Leave," Diarmuid commanded, "while you still can." The remaining bandits retreated, dragging their wounded with them into the darkness from which they had emerged. Silence returned to the camp, broken only by Diarmuid's measured breathing. He turned to Gráinne, scanning her for any sign of harm. "Are you hurt?" he asked, his voice gentler than she had heard it since their flight began. "No," she whispered, shaken by what she had witnessed. You could have let them." "No," he cut her off firmly. "I could not." Gráinne studied him, truly seeing him perhaps for the first time. Not as the famed warrior of stories, nor as the unwilling companion to her escape, but as a man bound by principles deeper than resentment. "You protected me," she said softly, "even though I protect you because it is right," Diarmuid said, sheathing his sword. "Because it is who I am. The Fianna live by a code, to defend the innocent, to honor our word, to face danger without flinching. That does not change. Even when..." He trailed off, unable to finish. "Even when you wish it could," Gráinne completed for him. A log shifted in the fire, sending sparks spiraling upward to join the stars. In their light, Gráinne saw something shift in Diarmuid's expression. Not forgiveness, not yet, but perhaps the beginning of understanding. "We should move camp," he said after a moment. They might return with more men. As they gathered their meager belongings, their movements fell into an unexpected rhythm, a wordless cooperation that had not existed before. The barrier between them remained, but in its wall, perhaps, a small window had opened, one through which they might one day see each other clearly. The first frost of autumn painted the world silver in the pre-dawn light. Gráinne knelt by the stream, her once delicate hands now reddened and chapped as she filled their water skins. 3 weeks had passed since they had fled her father's hall. 3 weeks of sleeping beneath stars instead of silken canopies, of waking to birdsong rather than handmaidens' gentle voices. Diarmuid watched her from the edge of their small camp. His thoughts conflicted. Gone were the jewels that had adorned her fingers, replaced by calluses forming where she now gripped knife and tinder. Her hair, once elaborately braided and pinned, hung in a simple plait down her back, practical for their life on the move. "You're staring again," she said, without looking up, her voice carrying across the clearing. He blinked, caught. "My apologies, Princess." Gráinne lifted her gaze then, her eyes meeting his with unexpected warmth. "I am hardly a princess now, am I?" She gestured to her worn traveling clothes, a far cry from the finery she had worn the night of the fateful feast. "Princess of what? This stream? Those trees? Your birthright doesn't wash away with a little dirt," Diarmuid replied, moving to help her with the waterskins. She shook her head, a small smile playing at her lips. "Perhaps not, but neither does it fill an empty stomach or keep the cold at bay." She handed him a filled skin and began securing the other. "I've been thinking about what you said yesterday, about setting snares. I want to learn." Diarmuid felt surprise ripple through him. "It's not pleasant work." "Neither is starving," she countered without hesitation. "We can't live on berries and you're hunting alone. I should contribute more than just gathering." He studied her face, searching for signs of the spoiled royal who had demanded he flee with her, who had placed the geish upon him that bound his honor to her protection. That woman seemed to have vanished, replaced by someone both familiar and strange, determined, practical, unafraid of the harsh realities of their situation. "Very well," he agreed, a note of respect creeping into his voice. "We'll begin today." Later, as the sun climbed higher, Diarmuid watched as Gráinne's slender fingers worked the thin, flexible branches into a snare. She had listened intently to his instruction, her face a mask of concentration, trying again each time she failed until the trap took proper shape. "Like this?" she asked, holding up her fourth attempt. He nodded, genuine approval warming his voice. "Perfect. You're a quick study." "I've had to be," she said softly, her eyes downcast. "I was raised to order others, not to do. Every task was performed for me, every need anticipated. I never realized how helpless that made me." She looked up at him then, vulnerability and determination mingling in her gaze. "I won't be helpless anymore." That night, as they sat by their small fire, sharing a meal of rabbit caught in Gráinne's very own snare, Diarmuid found himself watching her across the flames. The flickering light danced across her face, illuminating not just her beauty, which remained despite the hardship, but something deeper, something that had been hidden beneath layers of royal privilege and court manners. "What is it now?" she asked, catching his gaze again. "I'm trying to reconcile the woman before me with the princess who placed the geish upon me," he admitted. "They seem like different people." Gráinne was quiet for a long moment, poking at the fire with a stick. "Perhaps they are," she finally said. "Perhaps the princess was a role I played, like the bards play characters in their tales." She looked up at him, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "Or perhaps this is who I was meant to be all along, waiting to be freed from gilded cages and expectations." Diarmuid nodded slowly, understanding dawning. Freedom often comes with a price. "Yes," she agreed, a wry smile touching her lips. Blistered feet, aching backs, and meals that sometimes leave much to be desired. But then her expression softened. "But also star-filled skies, the satisfaction of work done by one's own hands, and—" She hesitated. "Companionship I never expected to value so highly." Something shifted in Diarmuid's chest then, a loosening of a knot he hadn't realized was there. The princess he had reluctantly sworn to protect was becoming a woman he might willingly follow. Geish or no geish. He had expected to endure her complaints, her demands, her royal entitlement. Instead, he found himself admiring her resilience, her willingness to learn, her quiet strength. "We should rest," he said, suddenly uncomfortable with the direction of his thoughts. "Tomorrow brings new challenges." Gráinne nodded, wrapping her cloak tighter around herself as she settled near the fire. "Tomorrow always does," she murmured, her voice following him into dreams of a future neither of them had imagined. The moon hung full and bright in the night sky, casting silver light over the remote glen where Diarmuid and Gráinne had sought refuge. They had fled through forest and field all day. The distant calls of Fion's search party driving them ever onward until, at last, they had found this sheltered hollow surrounded by purple heather and ancient stones. Diarmuid sat by their small fire, his shoulders tense as he listened for any sound that might signal danger. His hand never strayed far from his sword. Little Fury, the blade that had served him through countless battles. Yet tonight, his greatest battle raged within. "They won't find us here," Gráinne said softly, settling beside him on the blanket of heather. "Not tonight." Diarmuid glanced at her, unable to deny the way his heart quickened at her nearness. Fion is not a man who forgives, nor forgets. His trackers could follow a ghost through mist, and yet They haven't found us," she replied, her voice carrying a hint of defiance that made the corners of his mouth twitch upward. "Perhaps fate protects us." "Fate," he echoed, the word tasting strange on his tongue. "Is that what you call this geish you've placed upon me, my lady? Fate?" The geish, a binding oath in their world, an obligation that could not be refused without bringing shame and ruin. When Gráinne had placed it upon him at her wedding feast to Fion, demanding he take her away, he had seen it as a curse, a burden forced upon him by a willful woman. Gráinne's eyes, reflecting the firelight, searched his face. "Do you still see it as a burden, Diarmuid? After all these days together?" The question hung between them, honest and unflinching. Diarmuid looked away, gazing at the stars scattered across the night sky like the silver brooches of the gods. "I was sworn to Fion," he said quietly. "My chieftain, my friend. And I was to be given to a man old enough to be my grandfather," she countered, though there was no bitterness in her voice, only a gentle certainty. "A man who wanted me as one wants a fine horse or a gleaming sword, a possession to display, not a heart to cherish." Diarmuid fell silent, remembering the feast, how Gráinne had sat beside Fion, adorned in finery, but with eyes that seemed to look upon something distant and unreachable, until her gaze had found his. "I did not choose to love you," she said, her hand coming to rest lightly on his arm. "It simply was, as natural as the tide following the moon." He turned to her then, truly seeing her, not as his chieftain's bride, not as the burden of his geish, but as herself. Her dark hair fell loose around her shoulders, free from the elaborate braids she had worn at court. There was a smudge of dirt on her cheek. Her fine clothes were travel-worn, and yet she had never looked more beautiful to him. "And what of now?" he asked, his voice low. "Do you regret placing your fate in my hands?" Gráinne smiled, the expression transforming her face with a warmth that seemed to reach into his very chest and take hold of something there. "My fate has always been my own," she said. "I placed it in your hands because I saw in you what others did not. A heart as true as your sword arm is strong." Diarmuid felt something shift within him, like stones settling after a quake. All these days of running, of fighting both Fion's men and his own conscience, had worn down his resistance like water-smoothing stone. "I have tried not to love you," he confessed, the words feeling like both surrender and liberation. Each night, I have told myself it is only honor that keeps me at your side. And now, she whispered. Diarmuid reached out, his calloused fingers gentle as they brushed the smudge from her cheek. Now, I know that honor was merely the excuse I gave myself to follow where my heart had already decided to go. The night air around them seemed to still, as if the very glen held its breath. Above them, the stars watched, silent witnesses to the transformation taking place. I accept this geish, he said, his voice firm with newfound certainty. Not as a burden, but as the greatest gift the gods have granted me. Gráinne's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. And I accept you, Diarmuid of the Fianna, not as my protector or my champion, but as the keeper of my heart. He drew her to him then, their lips meeting under the vast canopy of stars. The heather beneath them, soft as any royal bed, cradled them as they embraced. In that moment, Diarmuid knew that whatever hardships lay ahead, Fion's wrath, the uncertainty of their future, the dangers of a life spent in flight, none of it mattered so long as they faced it together. For the first time since leaving Fion's hall, Diarmuid slept deeply that night. Gráinne nestled against him, her heartbeat a steady rhythm matching his own. And if the ancient stones of the glen whispered their blessing over the sleeping lovers, if the heather bloomed a little brighter where they lay, it was as it should be. For some bonds, once formed, become part of the very land itself, written in the earth and sky for all time. Years had passed since that beautiful night, years of beauty and of eternal vigilance. As they broke camp one day, the morning dew still clung to the grass. Diarmuid stood upon the hillside, watching an approaching party. Royal banners fluttered in the breeze, the insignia of Cormac mac Éire, High King of Ireland, unmistakable against the blue sky. His heart beat faster, not from fear, but from the possibility that lay before him. "They're here," Gráinne whispered, her hand finding his. 3 years they had spent running, hiding, surviving. Now, the prospect of its end felt almost foreign, like removing armor one had worn too long. "So they are," Diarmuid replied, squeezing her fingers. "Are you ready?" "I've been ready since the day we left." The royal entourage approached them. In the center rode the High King himself, Gráinne's father, his grey beard and regal bearing commanding respect. Beside him rode Fion McCool, his posture rigid, face set like stone, Diarmuid's throat tightened. How many times had he ridden alongside his former leader, his former friend? How many battles had they survived together? Now, the distance between them seemed greater than any physical space. As the party drew closer, Diarmuid released Gráinne's hand and stepped forward. "Remember," he said quietly, "no matter what is said, we stand together in this." The High King dismounted first, his movements deliberate despite his age. Fion followed, his eyes finding Diarmuid immediately, burning with an intensity that had not dimmed over the years of pursuit. But it was Cormac who spoke first. "Diarmuid and Gráinne," he said, his voice carrying across the field. "You stand accused of betraying your lord and taking what was not yours to take." Diarmuid bowed his head respectfully, but his stance remained proud. "I stand accused of following my heart, Your Majesty, and of honoring a geish that could not be refused." Beside Cormac, Fion scoffed, the sound sharp in the morning air. "A convenient excuse for treachery." "Enough," Cormac said, raising a hand. "We are not here to rehash old grievances. We are here to end them." The High King's gaze shifted toward Gráinne, his daughter. His expression softened, if only slightly. "And you, my daughter," he said, his voice quieter now, but no less firm. "You have caused great strife with the choice you made that night. You defied my will and forsook a match that would have secured peace. Do you understand the weight of what you have done?" Gráinne met her father's eyes, her back straight, despite the emotions warring within her. "I understand," she said, "and I do not regret it." Cormac exhaled through his nose, the lines of his face unreadable. "Regret or not, the consequences remain, and consequences must be settled." The negotiation that followed was tense, words measured carefully like swordsmen testing defenses. The High King's intervention had not been requested by either party, but his word was law, and he had grown weary of the disruption this conflict caused throughout his realm, a conflict started by his own blood. "You will grant them land," he instructed Fion, "far from your own holdings, but suitable for a warrior of Diarmuid's standing. There will be a bride price paid to compensate for the loss of Gráinne as your wife." Fion's jaw clenched, but he nodded stiffly. "And you," the High King turned to Diarmuid, "will swear fealty to me directly, no longer under Fion's command. You will not seek to undermine his authority, nor will you bring this matter to dispute again." I accept these terms, Your Majesty, Diarmuid said without hesitation. Beside him, Gráinne nodded her agreement. When the formal words were spoken and the treaty sealed, Diarmuid found himself standing face to face with Fion for the first time in years. They were alone, the others having stepped away to allow this moment. Do you think this changes anything between us? Fion asked, his voice low so only Diarmuid could hear. Diarmuid met his gaze steadily. I think it changes everything and nothing. The hunt is over, but not the hurt. You were as a son to me, Fion said, the words like a blade. And you were as a father, Diarmuid replied softly. That is why this cuts so deep for both of us. Fion's eyes flickered, something unreadable passing through them. He turned and walked away, his back straight, his shoulders set. Diarmuid watched him go, wondering whether this was truly the end of the hunt, whether years of hiding had really come to an end after offering his life savings of gold and precious treasure. Later, as he and Gráinne rode toward the lands that would become their home, she asked, Do you think we'll ever truly be free of him? Diarmuid looked at the horizon, at the promise of a new beginning. We have peace, he said. Perhaps for a year, perhaps for a lifetime. We must build our life together, but we must never forget to watch the shadows. The valley opened before them like cupped hands, sheltering and verdant. Diarmuid stood beside Gráinne atop the gentle rise, both of them breathless, not from the climb, but from the beauty of what lay before them. Here, Gráinne whispered, her hand finding his. This is where we will stay. Diarmuid squeezed her fingers, feeling the calluses that had formed over years of flight, years of survival. They were no longer the soft hands of a princess, but the capable hands of a woman who had chosen her own fate. Are you certain? He asked, though he already knew her answer. The certainty was in her eyes, in the way she looked out over the valley, as if she could already see their life unfolding there. I've never been more certain of anything, she replied. We've run far enough, Diarmuid. It's time to build, not flee. The home they created began simply, a sturdy roundhouse of stone and timber, its hearth at the center like a beating heart. Diarmuid's skilled hands shaped every beam and stone, while Gráinne planted herbs and vegetables in the rich soil that seemed eager to yield to her touch. On warm evenings, they would sit before their home, watching the sunset paint the valley in gold and crimson. Gráinne would rest her head on Diarmuid's shoulder, their breaths falling into the same rhythm, as natural as the rising and falling of the sea. Do you ever regret it? Diarmuid asked one such evening, years into their life together. Leaving everything behind? Gráinne looked up at him, her eyes crinkling at the corners with a smile that had only grown more beautiful with time. I left a cage, Diarmuid. I found freedom. She placed her hand on her swollen belly. And love. Their first child came into the world on a night when the stars seemed to hang especially low over their valley. A son, with Diarmuid's strong brow and Gráinne's keen eyes. They named him Donnacha, Brown Warrior, for the earth that had sheltered them and the courage that had brought them to this place. He has your stubbornness. Diarmuid laughed as the infant refused to settle one night, tiny fists batting at the air. And your restlessness? Gráinne countered, swaying gently with the child. Perhaps he carries all our journeys within him. 3 more children followed over the years. 2 daughters with Gráinne's fiery spirit, and another son who had Diarmuid's gentle touch with animals. Their laughter filled the valley, echoing off the hills like music. Their home grew as their family did. Additional rooms added to the roundhouse. A larger garden dug and tended. A stable built for horses and cattle. But it was not just the structures that expanded. It was the light within them, the sense of place, the roots that grew deep into the soil of the valley. Word of their homestead spread, not tales of the fugitives who had once defied a king, but stories of a hearth always warm, a table always ready to welcome travelers, and hosts whose love for each other seemed to spill over into hospitality for all who came their way. They say you two were fated, an old traveling bard told them one evening, after Diarmuid had invited him to share their meal. The children sat enraptured at the bard's feet, eager for stories. They say that the love spot which made you famous across these lands was placed on you by the Geish themselves. The Geish? Asked little Éire, their youngest daughter. The fairy folk, Gráinne explained, passing a cup of mead to their guest. Beings of magic who live in the hollow hills, some say. They're known for their mischief, but also for recognizing true bonds of the heart. The bard nodded appreciatively. And what say you, lady? Was it fate or choice that brought you here? Gráinne's eyes met Diarmuid's across the hearth fire, a look that still made his heart quicken after all these years. It was both, she answered. Fate may have placed us on the same path, but every step we took, we chose. She reached for Diarmuid's hand, and if given the choice 100 times more, I would choose the same. That night, as their children slept and the embers glowed in the hearth, Diarmuid held Gráinne close, marveling at how their desperate flight had transformed into this. A home built not of fear, but of certainty, not of obligation, but of devotion. We made something beautiful, he murmured against her hair. We're still making it, she replied, her voice soft with contentment. Every day, the blade sliced through the morning air with practiced precision, catching the golden light as it arced downward. Diarmuid stepped back, his breathing controlled, watching as his eldest son attempted to mirror the movement. The boy, no longer small, but not yet a man, furrowed his brow in concentration, his grip still awkward on the wooden practice sword. Your wrist is too tight, Diarmuid said, stepping forward to adjust his son's stance. The sword should feel like an extension of your arm, not a burden in your hand. He demonstrated again, the motion fluid and natural as water flowing downhill. In the distance, smoke rose from their homestead, where Gráinne prepared the morning meal. 5 years had passed since they had settled here, in this quiet corner of the land where the mountains met the forests. 5 years of peace, of building a life that once seemed impossible. Their 2 sons grew stronger each day. Their daughter was quick-witted and bright-eyed like her mother. They had crops in the field, animals in the pasture, a roof that didn't leak even in the heaviest rains. Yet, each morning, Diarmuid rose before dawn to train, his muscles remembering the weight of real combat, his mind alert to dangers that had not materialized in years. Why must we learn this? His son asked, lowering the practice sword. We're farmers now, not warriors. Diarmuid's gaze drifted to the horizon, to the distant hills that separated them from the world he once knew. A man should know how to protect what he loves, he answered, the words familiar on his tongue. And some lessons are carried in the blood. Later, as the family gathered for their meal, a traveler passed by. An old merchant with a cart of goods and a head full of stories. Diarmuid invited him to share their table, as was the custom, and in return, the man shared news from across the land. The Fianna still ride, the merchant said between mouthfuls of stew, though not as they once did. Some say Fionn grows restless in his later years. Diarmuid's hand stilled momentarily over his cup. Restless? What is he restless about? He asked, his voice casual, though his eyes had sharpened. The merchant shrugged. He hunts for some beast, some boar with tusks as sharp as spear tips, and with such strength that villagers are powerless to stop it. It has eluded him so far. A boar with tusks as sharp as spear tips, and with such strength that villagers are powerless to stop it. It has eluded him so far. He glanced at Diarmuid curiously. You have the look of a warrior about you. Did you ever run with the Fianna? In another life, Diarmuid answered simply. That night, after the children had been put to bed and the merchant had continued on his way, Gráinne found Diarmuid standing at the edge of their land, staring into the darkness. The moon cast his tall figure in silver, highlighting the tension in his shoulders. Fion is restless because he hunts a beast he cannot catch. That beast is not us, Diarmuid, she said softly, coming to stand beside him. So many years have passed. His anger cannot rage forever. Diarmuid turned to her, his face half in shadow. I hope so. Gráinne took his hand in hers, her fingers warm against his skin. We've built something good here, something worth protecting. But I sometimes wonder if you're still running, even though your feet haven't moved in years. I'm not running, he said. They stood there in silence, the night air cool around them, the distant howl of a wolf carrying across the valleys. Diarmuid wondered if somewhere, perhaps in a great hall surrounded by warriors, Fionn McCool might be thinking of him still, of the betrayal, of the oath broken, of the woman who had chosen another. Some wounds never truly healed. They merely waited, patient as winter, for the moment to bleed anew. But for tonight, at least, they were safe. For tonight, the shadows remained just shadows, and the storm lurked beyond the horizon. The autumn leaves danced in the gentle breeze, painting their homestead in hues of amber and gold. Diarmuid watched them from the doorway, a contented smile playing on his lips. 7 winters had passed since he and Gráinne had made this place their own, far from the reaches of court intrigue and betrayal. Their children played in the yard, strong, beautiful children with their mother's determination and their father's gentle heart. You're lost in thought again, Gráinne said, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Her voice still carried that same warmth that had first drawn him to her, despite everything they had faced together. Diarmuid turned to face her, his eyes taking in the face he had grown to love more deeply with each passing day. Just counting our blessings, he replied, kissing her forehead. I never imagined such peace was possible for someone like me. That peace, however, was not destined to last. The rumors began as whispers from travelers passing through, tales of a beast unlike any other. A great boar with bristles of silver and eyes that glowed like embers in the night, leaving destruction in its wake across the countryside. Fields ravaged, livestock slaughtered, and brave men who dared confront it, never returning home. They say no weapon can pierce its hide, an old merchant told them as he warmed himself by their fire one evening. The Druids speak of it as a creature of prophecy, a harbinger of change. The man's eyes flickered to Diarmuid. Some say there's only one warrior fated to face it. Gráinne had gripped Diarmuid's hand then, feeling the slight tremor that passed through him, for he knew of this prophecy. As a child, an aging seer had taken his small face in her weathered hands and spoken of a boar that would one day seek him out, a creature born of magic and vengeance. It's nothing but stories to frighten children, Diarmuid assured Gráinne that night as they lay together, though the certainty in his voice rang hollow. 3 days later, they came. The sound of hoofbeats broke the morning stillness, too numerous to be mere travelers. Diarmuid was splitting wood when he heard them, and he knew, before they even crested the hill, who led them. Fion McCool sat tall upon his steed, looking not a day older than when Diarmuid had last seen him. The Fianna, the warrior band that had once been Diarmuid's brothers in arms, flanked him on either side. Their faces were solemn, their weapons gleaming in the sunlight. Diarmuid ua duibne, Fion called, his voice carrying across the yard. It has been too long. Diarmuid set down his axe carefully, conscious of Gráinne appearing in the doorway behind him, their children clinging to her skirts. Fion, he acknowledged with a short nod. What brings the leader of the Fianna to our door after all these years? Fion dismounted with the easy grace of a man half his age, his golden hair now streaked with silver, his eyes still sharp as a hawk's. We come as friends, he said, though his smile didn't quite reach those eyes. And with an invitation. An invitation? Diarmuid repeated, tension coiled in every muscle. The boar of Bian Gulban roams the land, Fion explained, stepping closer. You've heard the tales, I'm sure. No ordinary hunting party can bring it down. He paused, studying Diarmuid's face. But you are no ordinary hunter, are you, old friend? The words hung between them, laden with unspoken history. We've come to ask you to join us on this hunt, Fion said, his voice now almost friendly, as though the years of bitter pursuit had never happened. One last adventure, for the sake of the people who suffer under this beast's rampage. Surely you cannot turn your back on them. And if I refuse? Diarmuid asked quietly. Fion spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. Then we ride without you. But can you live with yourself? knowing you might have prevented further bloodshed? Better to face it with the Fianna at your side than alone. Diarmuid looked back at Gráinne, seeing the fear in her eyes, not of the beast, but of the man who stood before them, offering friendship with one hand while the other remained hidden. "Give me until morning to consider," Diarmuid said finally. Fion nodded, satisfaction flickering across his face. "Until morning, then. We'll make camp by the stream." He turned to leave, then paused. "It truly is good to see you again, Diarmuid, despite everything." As the hunting party withdrew, Gráinne's grip on Diarmuid's hand tightened. "You cannot go with him," she whispered. "After all this time, I don't believe he comes in peace." Diarmuid watched Fion's retreating back, remembering the prophecy that had followed him since childhood. "I may have no choice," he replied softly. "Some fates cannot be outrun forever." The morning arrived shrouded in mist, a pale veil that clung to the hills of Ben Bulben like a warning. Gráinne woke before Diarmuid, her heart pounding with a dread that had haunted her dreams. She watched him sleep, his face peaceful in the dim light filtering through the window of their small dwelling, a face she had come to love more deeply than she once thought possible. When word had come the previous evening that Fion and the Fianna would be hunting on Ben Bulben, Diarmuid's eyes had lit with a familiar fire. 7 years they had lived in exile, 7 years of running and hiding, of building a life away from the shadow of betrayal. Yet, in that moment, she had seen the warrior in him stir again. "Diarmuid," she whispered, touching his shoulder gently. "Wake up, my love." His eyes opened, instantly alert, as was the way of a man who had spent years looking over his shoulder. "What is it? Is someone coming?" "No," she said, her voice soft but urgent. "But I must speak with you before the day begins." He sat up, concern etching lines around his eyes that hadn't been there when they first fled together. "What troubles you?" Gráinne took his hands in hers, feeling the calluses earned from years of wielding weapons and tending their small farm. "The hunt today. You must not go." "Gráinne." "Listen to me," she interrupted, her grip tightening. "Remember the prophecy? That you would meet your end by the tusks of a boar? And who leads this hunt but Fion himself, the man whose bride you stole, whose pride you wounded? Do you think 7 years has cooled his anger, or merely given it time to harden into something more dangerous?" Diarmuid sighed, pulling one hand free to run it through his hair. Outside, Birds began their morning songs, oblivious to the tension within the walls. "You speak as if I fear Fion," he said, his voice low. "I have never feared him. It is not fear I ask of you, but wisdom," Gráinne replied. She moved closer, resting her palm against his cheek. "We have built something here, Diarmuid. A life. Our children sleep soundly in the next room. What would they do without their father?" He leaned into her touch, conflict clear in his eyes. "And what would they think of a father who hides when his neighbors are ravaged by a beast? Who shows his back to his former brothers in arms? They would think him wise enough to recognize a trap when he sees one," she countered. "Fion is no fool, and neither are you. His invitation is a sword wrapped in silk." Diarmuid stood and walked to the window, pushing aside the rough cloth that covered it. The mist was beginning to lift, revealing the looming presence of Ben Bulben in the distance. It stood like a great beast against the sky, waiting. "I cannot be a man who cowers. Whatever is to happen is fated. Do you understand?" Gráinne felt tears sting her eyes, but she held them back. She had known his answer before he gave it. "Then at least take this," she said, rising to retrieve a small leather pouch from beside their bed. "Herbs that will strengthen you, protect you from harm." He took the pouch with a sad smile. "Do you think I need charms to face a boar, my love?" "I think," she said carefully, "that pride has killed as many warriors as any weapon ever forged." Diarmuid's smile faded. He crossed the room and took her in his arms, holding her close enough that she could feel his heartbeat against her cheek. "I will return to you," he whispered into her hair. "This, I swear." But as Gráinne watched him later, mounting his horse with spear in hand, the familiar ache of foreboding settled deeper into her bones. 7 years they had defied fate. 7 years they had outrun destiny. But as the morning sun finally broke through the mist, illuminating Diarmuid's figure as he rode toward the mountain, she feared their time had run out at last. The boar emerged from the shadows like a nightmare taking form, its eyes glowing with an unearthly red that spoke of magic older than Ireland itself. Larger than any natural beast, its bristled back stood taller than a man's waist, and its tusks, curved like ancient swords, gleamed with a venomous sheen in the dappled forest light. Diarmuid stood his ground, spear ready, his breath steady despite the hammering of his heart. Behind him, the hunting party had scattered, some men climbing trees, others flattening themselves against the earth. Only Fion remained upright, watching from a distance that felt deliberate. "Come then," Diarmuid whispered to the beast, his voice carrying on the wind. "Let us end this dance between us." The boar charged, its hooves thundering against the earth, tearing up soil and moss. Diarmuid pivoted at the last moment, his spear finding its place in the creature's flank. But this was no ordinary boar. The beast twisted unnaturally, its tusks swinging toward him with evil intent. He felt the impact before the pain, a force that lifted him from his feet and sent him sprawling into a bed of ferns. The spear had done its work. The boar staggered, its massive form shuddering as life drained from it. But Diarmuid knew, with the cold certainty of a warrior who has seen too many battles, that the exchange had cost him dearly. "The beast is felled," someone called out, the words reaching him as if through water. Diarmuid looked down at his side. The tear in his hunting leathers revealed a wound that would have been merely serious from a normal boar. But from this enchanted creature, the edges of the gash had already turned an unnatural purple. The venom was swift, spreading along his veins like frost on a window pane. He tried to stand, managed only to prop himself against the trunk of an oak. The forest seemed to sway around him, colors too bright, sounds too sharp. Then footsteps approached, measured and heavy. Diarmuid raised his gaze to meet Fion's. Those same eyes that had once looked upon him with the warmth of brotherhood, now veiled with an emotion he couldn't read. "The great Diarmuid Uadivna," Fion said, his voice low enough that only Diarmuid could hear. "Felled by a boar after all your victories. Not just any boar," Diarmuid replied, his breath shallow now. "But one sent with purpose, I think. One might wonder who wished for such an end." Fion's jaw tightened. "You speak of things you don't understand." "I understand betrayal well enough," Diarmuid coughed, tasting copper. "I've felt its sting on both sides now." "The boar was enchanted," one of the older hunters muttered, backing away as if the magic might be contagious. "A creature of the other world, sent to claim its due." Fion stood motionless, his hands, those hands that held healing power in their palms, hanging at his sides. Diarmuid saw the conflict play across Fion's face. Old hatred warring with something else. Was it regret, or merely the weight of being watched by all these men who would tell the tale of this moment for generations to come? "Please." Gráinne's voice cut through the tension as she pushed her way to Diarmuid's side, her face pale with terror. "Please, Fion. Whatever has passed between you, do not let him die like this." Fion looked at her, and Diarmuid saw the flash of pain in his former leader's eyes. I have the means to reverse this corrupting wound, Fion said quietly, his voice merciful and confused in equal measure. He knelt beside him, close enough that Diarmuid could see the flecks of grey in his beard, the lines around his eyes that hadn't been there when they had first ridden together as brothers in arms. He reached for a flask, his movements deliberate. Then, their eyes met one final time, blue against brown, past against present. Fion stood over Diarmuid's broken form, the hunter now become prey upon the misty slopes of Ben Bulben. The great boar had done what years of jealousy and warfare could not. It had brought the finest warrior of the Fianna to his knees. Blood pooled beneath Diarmuid, dark against the moss and heather, his breath coming in shallow gasps that seemed to echo across the silent mountainside. Fion, it is not too late, Diarmuid whispered, his voice once strong enough to rally armies now barely carrying on the damp air. The old chieftain's weathered hands trembled as he cupped one of them and used the other to pour liquid out of his flask. 9 times he poured out the contents of his flask into his trembling cupped hand, and 9 times he had let it slip through his fingers before reaching Diarmuid's parched lips. The healing magic, a gift bestowed upon Fionn McCool long ago, lived in his hands. Any water that passed through his fingers could heal even the most grievous wounds. Fion knew this, and so did Diarmuid. "Bring the water to my mouth," Diarmuid whispered. His eyes, though dimming, still held the warmth that had captured Gráinne's heart. "You have that power, my chieftain." Fion looked down at his former friend, his mind flooding with memories. He saw again the night of that fateful feast, when his bride-to-be had fled with Diarmuid. He remembered the years of pursuit across Ireland, his rage burning like a fire that would never be quenched. "I loved her," Diarmuid said softly, "as I loved you, my chieftain, my brother. I loved you too, Diarmuid, before all this." As he said that, Fion raised his cupped hands, the water catching the light like liquid silver. He brought it to Diarmuid's lips. Closer, closer. And then a tremor passed through his hands. Hesitation, or maybe anger. His hands dropped by his sides, the water spilling onto the ground beside Diarmuid's head. "The cycle ends here," Fion said, his voice sounding tired now, as if every attempt to save Diarmuid had taken a toll on him. The love, the betrayal, the vengeance, all of it. But Diarmuid no longer heard him. His eyes, fixed on some distant point beyond the mists of Ben Bulben, had gone still. His face held neither pain nor fear, only a strange peace, as if he had finally outrun the fate that had chased him since the night he first looked upon Gráinne. Fionn McCool, greatest of Ireland's heroes, bowed his head and wept for what he had lost, and for what he had thrown away. The enormity of the loss crashed over Gráinne like a wave. Neither man nor beast remained in that forest with her and Diarmuid, for such was her anger and heartbreak. The years passed like clouds across the Irish sky, sometimes swift and bright, other times heavy with grief that seemed to linger. Gráinne's hair had begun to silver at the temples, though her eyes remained as fierce as they had been on that fateful night she first claimed Diarmuid as her own. She sat now beneath an ancient oak, watching her children play in the late afternoon sun. She had lost much on that fateful night, but there was something about that modest homestead they had built together, something that told her she was being watched over and that everything would be okay. That is the end of tonight's story. I thank you for listening. For those of you still awake, I will continue to play sound effects to prevent auto-played videos waking people up. Good night.